while we doing all of that, we say, here now, the work gotta continue. We start to build a port. We say, it will finish in a couple of years' time. We make a deal with Sandals to take 500 of our young people overseas for training and employment in preparation to take up jobs when Sandals opened in St. Vincent the Grenadines. And at that time, Sandals didn't even start build yet. And remember, the bad-minded people in yellow went about and encouraged young people not to register to go because they said it was a hoax. All remember that? And we sent them off, we took up the jobs, and Sandals started to build. See, that could finish in a few years. Comrades, Sandals finished up last year. Hundreds of people employed in the construction, hundreds of people employed in when it was open. And do you remember, we had to rebuild many, many homes. We got prefabricated homes. We had to redo a lot of people's house roofs. I see out here, helping people to get back on their feet after suffering. And then, soon as that done, budum, badap, bado, barrel start low. Hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. In fact, if we have to aggregate what happened over the last 5 years, is it the billions you're talking about in damage between COVID and burial? And you have seen how your government has responded. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all. Comrades, you are here tonight because you have seen the way your government has performed under pressure. It's easy to steer the ship when the weather nice, when the water is nice and calm. It takes skill, it takes energy and will, and vision and skill to navigate through tough times, through rough waters. And you have seen, because a visitor to St. Vincent the Grenadines can't tell that COVID mashed me up a few years ago. A visitor to St. Vincent the Grenadines right now can't tell suffering it mashed me up a few years ago. A visitor to St. Vincent the Grenadines will not be able to tell how badly Beryl mashed me up just last year. And that is because your government performs exceptionally well under pressure. Problems are bigger than us. And while we did all of that, taking care of all our response to all those challenges, we still delivered in the education revolution, pumping out record numbers of students graduating from college and university, and through tuition scholarships and other scholarships, records. We still delivered bringing sandals to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and taking our tourism industry to higher heights, the likes of which I've never seen before. We still delivered, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the last 3 years has had the fastest growing economy in the entire OECS, and in CARICOM second only to Guyana. Comrades, I won't be too long, but I just wanted to remind you that we still delivered you the most modern, most efficient port in the entire OECS under all that pressure. We still made AIA work, so much so that AIA walking now like a short pan of fat man belly. It's a bust at the seams. We're still delivering to you, right here in this constituency, a world-class, modern hospital facility. But we got plenty more work to do. And you know, the reason why you are here is because the only party, the only government that will deliver on the work that is left to be done is the Unity Labour Party administration. With Curtis King and Ralph Gonsalves heading the ship. That's why we voted for Labour. And comrades, the way we have delivered in the Southern Grenadines after Hurricane Beryl has been nothing short of remarkable. The devastation that Beryl brought to the Southern Grenadines, you look on social media right now, you see how Jamaica is looking. That's how down did it look last year this time. And we worked and we worked. And after Beryl, we have already repaired or reconstructed over 5,000 homes. And we have a woman here tonight that ain't eat, ain't sleep, ain't drink. All she thinking, all she talking, all she doing is work to put people back on their feet and in their homes in the Southern Grenadines. And I tell you here tonight, comrades, the people of the Southern Grenadines in Union Island, in Myro and in Canawan have seen the star, they have seen the light, and this coming election, count Southern Grenadines in the column solidly for Labour. And I want to start this meeting here tonight by calling on the woman who is responsible for delivering this coming historic victory for Labour in the Southern Grenadines. The most hard-working woman in the Southern Grenadines. Welcome home. Siobhan, come girl. It's your time. We are the chosen generation.
deliver one hot licking. Comrades of Western George, are you ready to head to the polling stations across Western George? Are you? All right. I am Siobhan Stewart from the constituency of Southern Grenadines, and I am truly happy to be here with you tonight in Western George to lend my support to Comrade Curtis King. Curtis King's journey is one that I, as a young politician, look up to and seek to emulate. I've been asked many times, Siobhan, why are you going into politics? You already have a good job, you're the chief radiographer, you have your own vehicle, your own home, you finish your studies, you're comfortable, so why politics? And my answer is simple. I was motivated to help my people, the people of the Southern Grenadines, my community, my place where I spent a lot of time growing up. I want to help them access the same opportunities I was fortunate to receive in my own life on mainland. It's time for them to have a seat around the table where elected officials sit and make decisions about them. It's time to be of service to my community. Comrade Curtis King is a shining example of that kind of service. He has made a name for himself, not just as a teacher, headmaster, or a minister, but as a true community man. The people of Western George cannot say they don't know Curtis King. They know him, they see him, and they feel his impact. Curtis King is not a stranger to you. He is one of you. An educator, a community builder, and a man whose life has been devoted to service. From his days in the National Youth Council and the SPG Teachers Union to his leadership in sports and education, Curtis has always stood where the people stand, shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart. Look at his ministry. Look at developments in education. Students of all different backgrounds love going to school. Tibet is trending. Students feel empowered to own their future. With Curtis' astute leadership, our education system is transforming digitally right before our eyes. Students and parents can now access grades and necessary information from the comfort of their homes, again owning their future. St. Vincent and the Grenadines just recorded the highest ever CSEC results in the history of our country. Again, those students have owned their future. I could go on. In his constituency, in his first term as a member of parliament, Curtis didn't just talk about development, he delivered it. He secured land ownership for residents of Upper Queens Drive, offering dignity and stability to families who had waited decades. Look at Western George Secondary School, a brand new food and nutrition lab with brand new modern equipment. Look at the upgrades, West St. George. The spa has been upgraded. The hospital building down the road, down there, right down there, the Joshua Mall is there like it always existed. A multi-million upgrade to the Annisvale Sporting Complex and so much more. Look at the transformation of West St. George happening before your very eyes. I am here tonight to tell you that the journey to continued progress is standing with Curtis King. He is not just a candidate. He is a leader who is committed to a vision of progress, compassion, and community. He is also a worker, a hard, hands-on worker. Vision lives in his heart and work. Vision lives in his heart and work of Curtis King, your representative, your neighbor, your champion. Because in West St. George, the journey continues. And with Curtis King, it's a journey worth taking. In this election, we are going to own our future, West St. George. Listen to those who are working for you. Your future will progress with a seasoned winner. Go to the polling stations and vote for Curtis King. Labour is working for you. Curtis King is working for you. Thank you very much.
That's a brand new one from Mad Skull. Labour walking. Comrades, I want to take some time and say good night to our candidates who are here on the platform. I want to start on my right with Comrade Grace Waters, the amazing Grace. Next to her, who just spoke, Siobhan Stewart. Up next, Jimmy Prince. Next to Jimmy, Luke Brown. We have Dr. Gittins with us as well. And we have Comrade Stevenson, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also, especially on the platform, we have the man who is going to put some licks on Cupid. Come on the 27th of November. From up in Billy tell me, he said Curtis going to put so much licks on Cupid. Yes. He gonna have to put an S in front, Cupid, when he done. Yes. Seriously, DJ Q, you're going bad tonight. You wake up, you fully awake, you kicking like Melissa right now. Comrades, I want to go to one of the bordering constituencies towards the north. And I want to call a man there who really ain't got no competition at all in this coming election. They couldn't find anybody to run against him. So a fella come and say, well, let me do it now. He say, they say, all right, well, you go on. The fella can't even convince the family, your own flesh and blood to go with him. So you don't know. Mariaqua is safe with Labour. And I want to call to the mic right now, none other than Sinclair Jimmy Prince.
And friends of Labour. Good night. And thank you for welcoming me to this constituency meeting tonight. I'm from a constituency which is equally a bastion of Labour. Mariaqua has always been counted in the winning column. So we've come over to Bel Air tonight to be in solidarity with your great constituency. Mariaqua appreciates the magnificent work that this government has been doing in this country. Mariaqua understands the importance of keeping the ULP in office. And that is why in 2025, Mariaqua will once again join West St. George in taking the ULP home.
We're coming in stronger than ever. We're coming in stronger than ever.
We share a village, the village of Kilboney, and we have a little piece of Belmont. We also share part of what Camilo Gonzalez was considered his own constituency at Belmont also. This corridor is a Labour corridor. This party, the ULP, and you've heard a lot about it before, but we have to keep reminding ourselves that this political party has transformed St. Vincent and the Grenadines tremendously over the past 24 years. Remember when you were just a sleepy backwater island in the Caribbean? When nobody knew anything about us? When they referred to us, it was that we were second after Haiti, or that we had a volcano. That was all they knew about us. But come 2001, under the leadership of Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, all of that changed. You see, our watchwords, we have two watchwords. You've heard us use them over and over again. Excuse my voice, please. Transformation and revolution. All we are talking about simply is change. And we have been changing St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the better. Change has been coming to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and every one of us has been seeing it, including the NDP. But it's stifling the conscience. Stifling the conscience. When they ask you why you vote in Labour, you should be proud to say, because Labour has transformed St. Vincent and the Grenadines and will continue to do so. People all over the world know about St. Vincent and the Grenadines because we were the smallest country to get a seat at the United Nations Security Council. Smallest. And that is a big deal, you know. A lot of people do not understand how big a deal that is. It is a big deal because you were respected enough to be elected on that council. 185 countries said, we want to see St. Vincent and the Grenadines on this council, although in a temporary capacity. We are the 12th, from my research, 12th smallest country in the world. And yet, we were able to get that far. But here at home is where the real transformation started. We built one bridge, Robbery Bridge, and transformed an entire community. You have a seamless connection between the North Windward community and the rest of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and for the first time when that Robbery Bridge was built. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. And they keep saying, we always talking about the bridge, but why not? It was an impossibility before. We have Grace here. She'll tell you how important that was. Some of you who never been up there probably wouldn't think so. But that was one of the impossibilities of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As a boy growing up, I've heard over and over again that you cannot build a bridge across Robbery. And Ralph Gonzalez said a joke, not a joke. We will build it. And it has been built. Yes. And not only was a bridge built, but it helped to become a catalyst. It became a catalyst for development of the entire community and the rest of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's revolutionary. That is revolutionary. There was another impossibility. There was another impossibility at the airport. When I researched some time ago again, there were only 2 independent countries without international access by air. Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Independent countries I'm talking about. That too was an impossibility. You had all kinds of reasons why it couldn't be built. But there was a vision. And the same vision we have going forward from 2025. The same vision why we ought to re-elect the Unity Labour Party to government. So we built the airport, and the airport was not just a structure, was not just a capital project, it was more than that, because that airport has made an indelible impression on the socio-economic condition of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And you will continue to see how that airport is transforming St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We ain't done yet. Of course you will have our standards and all the other hotels are coming to St. Vincent. But the main thing is that we are transforming the hotel and the tourism industry of St. Vincent and the Grenadines just because we set up an airport. That was the second impossibility that became very, very possible under the leadership of Ralph Gonzalez on the Unity Labour Party. There was another impossibility, and guess what it was? Education. Education. That you couldn't put everybody in a secondary school. Imagine if in your village there were 10 people leaving primary school, only 4 of them could have gotten into a secondary school. The others had to, as the old people say, fast for themselves. Go on the street, go in the fields, go wherever. But you ain't going to school. That changed, you know. Yes. There's a revolution in this country that changed that. So now, not only are you going to secondary school, but you're going further. And in some cases, it ain't costing you nothing. So the revolution has many circles. We have a revolution with respect to early childhood education, revolution with respect to primary education, and also in secondary education, but also in post-secondary education and tertiary education. University is now a main part of our lexicon here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. People talk about university now like they're driving in a van. You wake up in your house and you hear parents talking about which university you're going to. Before, university was an alien concept. Was not a word you use easily. People reach until when they were 40 and 50 before they saw the doors of a tertiary education institution. Nowadays, you leave college and you're heading for university. Whether by a bursary, or a national scholarship, or exhibition scholarship, or you go somewhere to Taiwan or Cuba or Mexico or Azerbaijan or Russia or wherever. This country is changing. That is why we come to you and say we want a sixth term. We ain't just saying so because we want us to remain in office. We say so because the interest of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is riding on a sixth term. The further development of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is riding on a sixth term. The transition from agriculture into services is riding on a sixth term. Sixth term, I should say. And that ain't because we're moving from agriculture completely. No. We're diversifying our economy. We're going into service too. Because bananas no longer with us. So when we develop and modernize our agriculture, we are also not putting all our eggs in one basket. We have 900 people working on radio standards. Where were they before? We had kept tourism to one part of the country. Now all of a sudden, we have tourism throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is no mean feat, and would not have come to you had there not been a vision as espoused and articulated by the Unity Labour Party. So you can't apologize for wanting a sixth term. No way. Of course you heard from Candyman how we came through a special period of eruptions, a special period of pandemic and hurricane. That's our special period that we came through with flying colors. We weathered the storm. We did so very well too. I'm talking about pandemic. Just to tell you how the NDP is all over the place. How they're not coherent. They're not giving you anything focused. And that's why I say now, our platform is of quality and substance. When we come to you with quality and substance. Not everything. Not a PR party this is. The NDP said in that book that we poison people with COVID vaccine. The same NDP who said during the pandemic that we weren't doing enough to vaccinate people. Yeah. They admonished us. What are you doing? Encourage people. We did that on our own. Now you're coming back to tell us you should not do it. And all of them did it too. They ensured that they were protected. But they're telling you, you should not take it. we were supposed to just throw hands in the air, who dead bury, who mash up throw it. Have no concern for the people. We had a duty and a responsibility to do what we did. And I'm sure we protected people and we saved lives. But that was part of the special period I'm talking about. That we came through with flying colors. We evacuated 20,000 people from the north. We evacuated a number of people, I can't remember the numbers now, from the south during the after Hurricane Beryl. We put them up in the guest houses and the hotels and the schools and wherever we could find a place to put them. In small houses rented. That's what we did. And when I'm speaking to you, I'm thinking now about Jamaica and what they're going through. I know that in some countries, after disaster, they get $100, $1,000, or $700 and say, see what we could do with that. You know what we did? I'd love to tell you. We put you up, we fed you, we clothed you, we paid the rent, we paid utilities, we even organized schools for children. What a government. What a government. Are you telling me that I must apologize for wanting a sixth term? Huh? I must be proud of this party, of this government? Because this government is about people. People, ordinary people. That's what we talk about. That's who we try to nurture over the years. Once upon a time, we had doctors in St. Vincent The Grenadines whose names you couldn't pronounce. Nowadays, when you go to the doctor, is your auntie picnic? Yeah? Is your neighbor picnic? Ordinary poor people, children. That's the transformation I'm talking about. That's the revolution I'm talking about. That's transformation. In the aftermath of the Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica, we were told, or we found out, that we have over 200 students. Over 200 students at that campus. The largest non-campus territory in Jamaica at the moment. That never happened before. This is a new thing. This is different. This is ULP vision. So the man who you're going to re-elect here in Western George is a man who has served you well. Curtis King ain't just come. He ain't just walking because he wanted to run for politics. He's been here before, working for you, free of charge. In youth development, in the 80s and 90s, when you're looking for leadership, there was Curtis King. In community-based organizations, when you're looking for leadership, there was Curtis King. In the National Youth Council, because I served in the National Youth Council with Curtis King. For years, he was a member of the National Youth Council. He became the leader of the National Youth Council. So from a long time, he battering on the streets, in the corridors of Bel Air and Gourmet, etc., and St. Vincent The Grenadines. You heard about his work in the Teachers Union and Credit Union. His entry into politics at Western George is just an extension of who he is. So I hear people talking all kind of foolishness. But eat a food. The man been working since they're a teenager, working in this constituency and this country. During the golden years of volunteerism in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he put his shoulder to the wheel in the interest of the development of people, ordinary people. There were anti-colonial marches. Curtis King was there. When we set up the 4 Chateau obelisk up at Dorsetshire Hill, Curtis King was there. People talking now about all kinds of things. But them started. We can't all kind of one all about bringing young people together. to get them to understand who they are and what they ought to do for their future. Curtis King was there. This is the man who comes back to you under the aegis of the ULP to say, listen, re-elect me, because I have more to give. Re-elect me because St. Vincent and the Grenadines needs steady and competent leadership. A continuation of that competence, a continuation of that good governance offered by the ULP. So when you elect Curtis King, you are reaffirming that situation. So you have a political party who understands people and who works for people. And you have a candidate who has worked all his life for people and has continued to do so. And you have a leader in Dr. Ralph Gonzalez who steers the ship of state through these perilous waters, because this is not an ordinary time. Even in our own region, there are rumors of war at this moment. We cannot, I repeat, we cannot go backwards. We cannot allow this country to go into the hands of people who ain't know what they're doing, who ain't sure what they're doing, who have to wait until they see this and that. That can't work these days. We passed that stage. We have to be more scientific. We have to be more responsible. We have to be more responsive to people. I'm passionate about this, brothers and sisters of Western Church, because this country needs the leadership that this ULP can give. And you have seen it, you recognize it, and you have accepted it. Of course there are grumblings. There's always be grumblings. You're living in a human society. But in the end, ask yourself, where would I rather be? Under the governance of a ULP, which is tried and tested, or some Johnny-come-latelys who ain't sure what they want to do, who ain't have no plan, who don't even make an attempt or a sham to give you a plan. They jump from here to here. Oh, we go do that, we go do that. Tomorrow, somebody talk to them, they put on something else. We go do that too. We go pull up them bushes there. Tomorrow when they come back, they'll put the bushes over there. When they come back again, they'll bring them back. That is what you're faced with. To vote for the NDP is dangerous and risky. Somebody said that last night. It is risky. You can't take any risk. No. Continue to vote for the ULP. Make sure that you put your X towards the ULP for Curtis King. As I said, we have a quality platform. We have a future that we have to protect. God bless you and good night.
Josette, yeah, Josette is alive! Josette, come here. Come up the steps, come on. Josette is from my area, known as Boom Boom. Officially, we call it Upper Cane Hall. Yes. But we say Boom Boom. Yes. Tell them where you come from, where you wake up this morning.
I wake up on a red and white pajama, catch a red and white flight, and come in a red and white outfit. It's labor!
just jump off Virgin Atlantic and come straight to the meeting. She wake up in the UK and here tonight you'll be with Labour. Because of Labour, because of Ralph and the Unity Labour Party. No weapon out, no they far. Comrades, they're gonna have to build a colony on the moon to get away from we. And we go build a space shuttle and go there too. I want to bring to the mic another gentleman from another of the neighboring constituencies. A young man who you might assume is already in his 50s, given all that he has accomplished in his life. But the man ain't even 40 yet. You 40? Well, you 40 this year, you just turned 40. This is his 40th year. But you would think he's an old man. The amount of work, the amount of accomplishments that Luke Brown has already put out in his lifetime. It is, and Curtis is reminding me, Luke got more experience than the whole of the NDP team put together. Especially Fritz Bramble. Comrades here in Western Georgia, wanted to join me and welcome to the microphone, Comrade Luke Brown.
Good night, comrades of Labour. Good night, comrades of Western George. Are you ready to hit them for 6? Are you ready to hit them for 6? Comrades, it is great to be on this powerful platform tonight. Tonight, as you might see if you look behind me, I am sharing the platform with a king and a prince and 2 queens. When you look at the queens, you can tell that they are royal. And it's not only a strong platform in terms of title, but it's a strong platform in terms of substance. It's a strong platform in terms of development in the areas of health. For instance, Jimmy Prince has the distinction of serving both as a Minister of Education and a Minister of Health. And we have other persons in the health arena. And then of course, we have with us on the platform tonight the current representative of the constituency of South Central, South Wing 1, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gusta Stevenson. And we have the hard-working Minister of Finance and representative for the constituency of Eastern George. And we have Minister Camilo Gonzalez. And of course, we have none other than the Candyman himself, working as the MC. Now, you've already known tonight that Western George is a stronghold for Labour. Western George is a constituency that has been with Labour in 2001, 5, in 2010, in 2015 and 20 and into 2025 is going to be with Labour again. And if any Cupid feel he could stop that, he really had to be stupid. Comrades, one of the things I noticed with the NDP is that they're really true to the name, you know. For instance, you have a man like Friday, that's a good name because he doesn't only work 1 day a week. You have a man who's the representative of East Kingston and all you're getting from him is a whole set of bramble top. And you have another man, he can't appreciate anything deep. Because they tell me he's thinking too shallow. They are true to their names, and we are true to our names. You hear the kind of names I already talk about how we have on stage tonight. And when we talk about having a king, we ain't talking about having a man who inherits anything. We're talking about a man who has worked hard, who has toiled hard to build up a kingdom. When you start to look at him, and you look at his very home, you recognize that he's a family man. He is a family man, and his wife, when his wife endorsing him like that, you know that is really the truth. His wife is an outstanding woman in education. You think his only court is in education? Give a round of applause for his wife too. And we all know about Curtis King teaching at grammar school, and I'll say something about that too because he taught me. But one of the things that you don't know is that he used to teach at the C.W. Prescott Primary School too. And I believe he had something to do with the fact that his wife is the headmistress there now. Apparently it's not him, it's alright. But the point I'm making here is that they have a passion for education. And what better representative could you want in the constituency of West St. George than a man who has a passion for family, has a passion for education, he has a passion for the development of youth. You heard from his colleague in the youth development movement already tonight, Jimmy Prince. And they were veterans together in the National Youth Council, and in that capacity brought about so much change and improvement for the young people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Comrades, you notice that we are on a roll. We are rolling off a weekend when we had so many activities of so many different types in so many different places. Starting from the opening of the port and the Modongo Festival and the Independence Parade and the rally, the massive rally we had in East Kingston last night. In a row. We were in East Kingston last night at the Richmond Hill playing field, and we are in West St. George tonight. And that fact, among other things, typifies the close connection and the close relationship between East Kingston and West St. George. Indeed, we are neighboring constituencies. And not only are we neighboring constituencies, but we have strong connections. Curtis King, for instance, I really consider him to be an East Kingston man as well. His mother, well, if East Kingston is the place, is the place. His mother, God bless her soul, was from East Kingston. Right now, he has several brothers and sisters in East Kingston. He even had sister-in-laws in East Kingston as well. I don't know if you take them and bring them back to Western George. But he is as much a man of East Kingston as he is of West St. George. This is just to illustrate the connections between our constituencies and the connections between our people. Now, in addition to that fact, this is a guy who in his capacity as a teacher, I was at the grammar school between the years of 1997 and 2002. And during that period, Curtis King taught me history. And as my history teacher, he inculcated in me a love for learning and an appreciation for history. And I continue to look up to him as a mentor and as a role model right up to this present day. He is a gentleman who rose through the ranks. He didn't born with success on a platter. Success was not handed down to him as any sort of birthright. He worked his way up to the ranks. After joining the staff at grammar school during my time, he subsequently, I think it was around 2010, he was appointed as the deputy headmaster of the grammar school. In 2013, he became the headmaster of the grammar school. And he served in that capacity from 2013 up to his retirement in 2019. I want to give a round of applause for a man with a stellar record. And he doesn't only have a stellar record in terms of occupation of the crease. You know, some people might occupy the crease and just knock a whole set of balls. They ain't making any runs. But he has a stellar record in terms of the runs that he produced in terms of results as a headmaster and as a teacher at the St. Vincent Grammar School and elsewhere. Comrades, it was natural. It was natural when, in the aftermath of the 2020 elections, when the comrade was looking for someone to put at the helm of the Ministry of Education, that he chose Curtis King. And just like he scored runs as a teacher and as a school administrator, he has been scoring runs on behalf of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as our education minister. And despite the bullying that will come up against him in these elections, he is going to remain not out and continue to bat on behalf of the people of St. Vincent. I feel like and you know, it would be remiss of me, so he has done well. And you heard about his scorecard and score sheet in education when Comrade Sister Shevon Stewart was speaking earlier. But it would be remiss of me if I come to Western George tonight and not make the point about the fact that he made his contribution to education in relation to the West St. George Secondary School as well, not too far from here, right up the road, signifying his commitment to this community.
And he has made progress for the people, or he has led progress for the people of West St. George in many other areas. What you have in this constituency, many people in other constituencies would love to have. You have a hard-working, grounded man who has a vision for the people and who has the skills to execute that vision or to realize that vision on behalf of the people of West St. George. You have a hard-working man with the experience to get things done in this constituency. And he is the right man to take West St. George into the future. He is the right man to help the people of West St. George to own the future. He is the right man to continue working for the people of West St. George under a unity Labour Party government that is working for the people of this constituency and the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in general. It is important to make the point that in this upcoming term, West St. George will begin to emerge more and more as a center of development in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Curtis King, a man with a passion not only for education, but also for sports. So he no doubt would have celebrated the fact that right in this constituency, we were host to World Cup matches at the Arnesville playing field.
Them dead. When the bell ring it.
He was someone who no doubt celebrated and championed the lighting of that facility as an ardent sport enthusiast. And not only has it been used for cricket and for the World Cup, but on a Monday night, we were down at the Arnesville playing field for the celebration of our 46th anniversary of independence. And you know that that is only one piece of the development puzzle. When we are talking about development in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and development in West St. George, we have to talk about the fact that a new day is dawning for healthcare in this country right here in West St. George. A new day is dawning. We have put so many things in place. We built the Modern Medical and Diagnostic Center. We upgraded the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital and did many other things there under the leadership of Comrade Sister Grace Walters. And if you drive past the tarmac now, you are going to see a hive of activity, of work on the new acute referral hospital that is going to transform the healthcare situation, not just in West St. George, but in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And let me tell you something, I don't want you to look at it and think it's just another shiny object, another fancy project which is being done by this country, by this government. When you look at it, you have to look at it in terms of the number of lives that will be saved as a result of its construction. You have to look at it as a facility that is going to be able to allow people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to live longer lives. Because when you have better health care, you have longer lives. The people in this country right now, who for instance need dialysis services and who could not afford them before, singing a tribute to this government, because it's not just the health services, it's not just the facility, it's the fact that they could now afford to live a healthy life of dignity. a longer and healthier life of dignity, and we are going to consolidate that situation. We are going to consolidate our position in that respect. This is something exciting to look forward to. And the dialysis services are free. 71 or so patients in St. Vincent and the Grenadines get dialysis services that would otherwise cost about $75,000 per year. That is more than $6,000 per month, free of cost. Good to see this government. And they have free transport as the icing on the cake. That is something which is costing the government $5 million every year. But we see it as a necessary investment in improving the quality of lives of Vincentians.
Put up your red rod. Lift that switch higher.
Comrades, the story is told about the fact that we now have the Argyle International Airport, which allowed our sister to come direct from the United Kingdom and land in St. Vincent and the Grenadines today and be with us at this public meeting tonight. How we could turn back? No matter what they say, it's labor all the way. A part of that story is the fact that now we are building out in the area of that tarmac a new city, a modern city, and the elements of that city, quite apart from the Arnersville playing field, which we discussed, and the acute referral hospital, which we discussed. We have the Joshua Center already in place there, and that was done through the instrumentality of the government working with through the National Properties Limited, and Hans King, who is the manager of the National Properties Limited, is here tonight. You hear what? You hear the name of calling another king? Curtis Cousin, there's plenty kings here tonight. I used to think it's only NDP are kings, but there are some different kings. We have good kings. I'd like to commend Hans for his work in that respect. And beyond that, we are going to have a magnificent city. When we were at Calicut the other night, the plans for that city were presented to you. And you could see clearly that in Arnersville,
I can see clearly now, the rain is gone.
that in
I can see all obstacles in my way.
you could see clearly the vision that the Unity Labour Party has for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You could see clearly the vision that the Unity Labour Party has for West St. George and has for East Kingston. We relocated the port and opened up a whole set of land for urban renewal and urban transformation throughout Kingston and throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you want to stay on this trajectory of progress and development in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have to vote Curtis King in West St. George. If you want to stay on this trajectory of progress and development in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have to vote for the Unity Labour Party. If you want us to continue the construction of the acute referral hospital, you have to vote for the Unity Labour Party. I want us in these elections to come home stronger than ever so that we could achieve our goal of turning St. Vincent and the Grenadines into a country of very high human development. This is possible because of the Unity Labour Party, and it is possible because of you. You have kept this party strong. On November 27th, 2025, not 2027, on November 27th, 20, 25 comrades, I want you to go out in your numbers. I want you to go out early. I want you to put your X next to the star. And I want you to finally hit NDP for 6. After this, them dead. Thank you. Good night. I love you.
Sing this part.
We're coming in stronger than ever. We're coming in stronger than ever.
Are you sing? 6 in a row.
Everybody start jumping to
Labor always jiggy. From forever. And when you watch them now, you watch their events, it's almost like you're looking at a mirror of ULP events.
6 rounds from one ball.
Everything we do, them follow.
You know what I mean, me boy? You know what I mean? Nah, free junk.
Comrades, when I was a youth man, going to primary school in Mespo, I want to tell all you why I stopped talking to my best friend. Me and he used to roll together all the time. One day we were in, I think, grade 5, either grade 5 or grade 6, but we used to say junior 4 and junior 5 in them times, right? We always rolling together. One evening, bell ring, 3 o'clock. It had a neighbor right next to the school, Mr. John. And you know what I'm talking about? And he had fruit trees in the yard. My brethren come to me and he say, you want we go by Mr. John, go pick some mango? I say, all right, there we go. We boys, you know what I mean? We go and we pick mango by Mr. John. We eat, and then we go home. When we reach home, we gotta go to my gate before we reach his. Meet my mother washing in the yard. Them days they ain't get water. So the woman used to wash in the yard. She get the tub. She look up and she watch me. See mango stain on my shirt. She said, where got a mango stain in the front on your shirt? Before I could open my mouth to answer my mother, my brethren, my best friend, jump up. He been got thief mango by Mr. John.
Some boy only full of tough chatter. Enough of them stairs up. Enough of them stairs up. Enough of them stairs up.
Comrades, you think the man would have stopped there? He offered up. I tell him not to go, but he still go. Pa Mr. John mango tree. And thief the man mango them. Comrades, is he come to me and ask me, you want we go by Mr. John go pick mango? The two we go. And he pull out himself and left me one because he want me get licks. From that day, I keep from the boy day. I ain't got nothing to do with he. I meet him on the street. I say hello. I go my way. Can't keep them kind of friendly. You know, that is the same kind of mentality inside the NDP. That go have a man like Daniel Cummins, Stone Church, who in 2020 went throughout the length and breadth of this country, and there are recordings of him cussing the government, saying we're not providing enough vaccines for people, saying the government wicked because we're not providing the vaccines for people to take. All you remember that? And Dr. Friday, well, let us call him Mr. Pledge because he does just pledge thing and then disappear. You have recordings with him as well, all over, saying people need to take the vaccine. It is safe. That's the best thing to happen for the country. Now, 4 years later, the same men and them in the NDP who cuss and say it ain't got enough vaccine. All you wicked, you're not giving the people the vaccine. The same men with the same mentality turn around now and saying, all you wicked to give the people the vaccine.
Punchline. Oh, your bad mind, son. Glasses, boy, oh, your bad mind, son. Are your friend them too?
The NDP is full of bad mind. They got forked tongues like snake. You never know which side of the tongue they're talking from. Same kind of mentality. For 25 years they cuss and say we had too many people on poor relief. We paying too many people on poor relief. Because they never say, they don't say public assistance. They say poor relief. Leacock say we have a $500 bribe economy. You're giving people $500 for this and that and that and that and that. The same set of people who say we need to reduce the people on public assistance. Who say we need to cut public assistance for all the years. All of a sudden they run out of things to say. Now they're going to double it. You never know which side of the tongue they're talking from. You can't trust people like that. That is the reason why I lock off my best friend. I had enough sense since grade 4 to lock off a man like that. Comrades, we have to have enough sense in 2025 to lock off people like that. Them kind of man, they can't come wrong with. And on the 27th of November, we're going to send them home for good. And you know, we're doing all the neighboring constituencies here tonight. And I want to bring a special gentleman. And I want you to welcome him in a special way. And I will tell you why, comrades. Because if anybody worked hard for the last 5 years, it's this gentleman. Comrades, when we began here tonight, I reminded you how much money we needed to find since 2020 to take care of St. Vincent and the Grenadines' needs and to provide for our people and to keep our economy afloat and to prosper as we have been doing. It was not easy work. If you had a man that lazy like Friday as the Minister of Finance, St. Vincent and the Grenadines would have done floatway, would have done past Trinidad, going down past South America. Comrades say we would have done sink. But thankfully, we had the most creative, the most hard-working finance minister in the whole of the Caribbean. That is why we're flying high, better and bigger than all we neighbors. And I want you to welcome specially Comrade Camilo Gonzalez from East St. George here tonight.
Bam, 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 bam. It's not an easy road. How many cities come and they get us so they think I better roast me say. Labor! And every Sunday these blows I cry. It's not an easy road. How many cities come in the road together. And you feel it, and you know it, that labor is working for you. We know that labor is winning again. We feel the progress. We feel the love. Comrades and friends, soldiers of labor, lions and lionesses of the Unity Labour Party, comrades of West St. George, comrades of East Kingstown, my brothers and sisters from all over East St. George, I see all you. I see all you. I see the Camilo shorts. I see the U-Tam shorts. I see all you representing. Big up. Because all of we are one family. So big up those who I see from Top Glen, from Fay Hall, from Belmont, from Fairburn. Big up everybody anywhere you're there. And welcome to this very important first meeting since the comrade ring the bell last night. How many of you were there last night? How many of you were there when the comrade bring out the big bell? When he come out in the red tie, he come out in the suit. And he say, November the 27th. That means it is time for us to get serious about the future of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Everything before yesterday was preparation for the month that is to come. And every comrade here within the sound of my voice has to understand what is at stake, where we have gone, where we are, where we're going, and what is at risk if we do not re-elect the Unity Labour Party. We are at a time where we stand at the valley of decision. And when we enter the polling booth, we have to understand what is at stake. We have to understand the seriousness of the moment that we are called to face. And we have to understand that the only future for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is with the Unity Labour Party.
Keep the fire burning. Keep the fire burning.
Comrades, I ain't going to talk to you plenty today about things you're going to hear a lot about this month. You're going to hear about the education revolution. You're going to hear about the Rabaka Bridge. You're going to hear about the Argyle International Airport. You're going to hear about Beaches Hotel. You're going to hear about the modern port. You're going to hear about scholarships and tuition and all the rest of it. And I go touch them things there. But what I really want to talk to you about tonight is about where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. While Luke was talking, you understood that Luke Brown was a man who knows something about health, because he was talking about the hospital, he was talking about free dialysis, he was talking about the modern medical complex, he was talking about health. And I thought to myself, here is something that is at stake. The health of the nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because Luke Brown was a health minister for over 5 years. Sinclair Jimmy Prince is a health minister for over 5 years. Siobhan Stewart was a chief. Well, she stepped down now to be a candidate, but was a chief radiographer for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Every X-ray, every MRI, every CT scan, every fluoroscopy, she's in charge of that. And Dr. Grace Walters is the doctor who was in charge of first being a midwife, second reforming the hospital in Georgetown, and now building out the hospital at Arnesville. And we have also on our platform, not tonight, but our national platform, Dr. Orlando Brewster, a medical doctor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the ULP who know something about health. How many the NDP have? How many people the NDP has in the platform who could build the hospital at Arnesville? The answer is none. Not one of them. How many of them have ever ordered the medicine that is needed to put in the pharmacies and the hospitals of St. Vincent and the Grenadines? None. How many of them have ever organized a medical mission to come here, the World Pediatric Project, to take care of children who have scoliosis or heart disease or any other medical condition? None. How many of them have ever built a clinic in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? None. How many of them have ever ordered an ambulance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? None. How many of them have done a plaster, a bandage, an x-ray, a paracetamol in this country? None. Not one. 5 years ago, they came to you with something. You remember it? They call it the Farmville Hospital. They say, we go build a hospital. They didn't tell you where they're building it. They didn't tell you how much room in it. They didn't tell you how much it costs. They didn't tell you what services it providing. They think they could have just draw something and call that a hospital and people would have get fool and mama guy. But they do not know one thing about the health care of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we have 5 people on our stage who know about the health care of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. No. We designed a hospital. First, we got people from the World Bank to tell us where to put it. Then we got international designers to design it. Then we got our own experts to tell us how it should work in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Then we got more experts to tell us how it should function in a world-class way. Then we got the financing for it. And now we are building it. And we have with us building it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people plus the Prime Minister who know how to build a hospital. Is the NDP all you go trust to finish the hospital? Is people who never build nothing yet you go trust to build a hospital? Their chief spokesman on health is Daniel Cummins. Daniel Cummins told us in his own expertise that the port would never finish and that the port would fall into the sea. But the port has already received ships and is already employing Vincentians and is already improving the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Is Daniel Cummins you got trust for building a new hospital? Daniel Cummins is the man who said that the airport at Argyle could not be built until the year 2030. He said that no plane could land there because the runway was pointing the wrong way. He says better we turn Argyle into a golf course. He couldn't build an airport. He ain't know nothing about a port. He never do an injection. He never do an x-ray. He never order nothing. It's Daniel Cummins. Comrades, look who we have here now. Look who we have coming here now. The world boss is here. Welcome the Prime Minister. Salute the General.
Hit them for 6. Hit them for 6. This time is plenty licks. Hit them for 6. Hit them for 6. This time is plenty licks. Hit them for 6. Hit them for 6. This time is plenty licks. Leave out your door, that be boom, boom, boom. Leave out your door, that be boom, boom, boom. Come right at your door, that be boom, boom, boom. Come right at your door. and wonder. Them a plan to get rid of labor, but this time it's brimstone and fire. Labor coming stronger and better, so I'm going to call out the neighbor. Neighbor, and every time I knock on the neighbor,
the greatest Prime Minister.
and every time I knock on the neighbor, I am in labor.
The comrade is coming here straight from retreat out Leeward. And he left there and he come here. And last night he ring the bell. And the night before, he was by the port the night before? Independence the night before. And the night before that, he was by the port. The lazy man can't talk one time and he bun. And the comrade talking and walking for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines every day and every night. Comrades of West St. George, when you look down this road to the tarmac, understand that the New Democratic Party cannot build the hospital that is being built for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who could do it, plus the Prime Minister, make 6. None of them could finish it. They criticize the plan, they criticize the location, they criticize the money, they criticize everything about it, and they criticize Taiwan who funding it. So when they sell out Taiwan, you think Taiwan go finish build the hospital? Taiwan go pack up and go home. So we will have a half-built hospital. How they go finish it? How they go get the money to finish it? Who know about building it? None of them. If you want that hospital built, you have to vote for Labour. Keep that song in the chamber. We're coming for that just now. Comrades, the hospital must be built by Labour. And then the hospital must be operated by Labour. Because Sinclair Leacock came on the radio and he said to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that he has to privatize healthcare in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let me explain to you what Sinclair Leacock said. Let me explain to you what Sinclair Leacock meant when he said, the first thing he said, we have to sell it off. He said we have to sell off the hospital and that we have to privatize healthcare. Let me explain to you what that means. It means if you go to a private hospital, your foot hurting, your back hurting, your kidney gone wrong, something wrong with you, your heart ain't good, you can't breathe properly, you go to the hospital, they don't say come in. First thing they stop you by the door, how much money you have? Do you have health insurance? How much money do you have? And if you don't have money in a private hospital, sit down over there. Go somewhere else. Because in a private hospital, the first thing they have to do is make money. Not build health. The first thing they have to do is make money. So when Leacock says that he will privatize healthcare, he is telling you that that hospital down there will only be for the rich and the well-off, not for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That is the first thing he's saying. If you want good health care in this country, you have to vote for Labour. Because the other people will create a system where the rich people get good health care and the poor people suck salt. Curtis King would never allow that to happen. Grace Walters would never allow that to happen. Siobhan Stewart would never allow that to happen. Luke Brown would never allow that to happen. And Ralph Gonzalez would never ever allow poor people to suffer in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember that. go a little further down the tarmac to the end where we have the Annesville Cricket Stadium. When we said we were going to put lights at Annesville, they told us that the dance can't pay for the lights. They told us that we should do like Jamaica and not have World Cup cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And when we tried to have other cricket games in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they used their man at the West Indies Cricket Board to try to stop cricket from coming to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are bad-minded and they have no vision for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Since we put up the lights, we host World Cup cricket, we host international cricket, we host night football, and we had the largest independence rally in the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Put up your red rock. Lift SG higher. So let me see the red army.
If they have no vision, they cannot chart the path forward for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because where there is no vision, the people perish. And we have been blessed and grown because we have a leader of tremendous vision and foresight in Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves. Let we don't leave the tarmac yet. Let we don't leave Annesville yet. If you go down this road, they have a place named Integrated Medical. All you know it. Before that was there, it was a hardware store. Ace Hardware. But because of the vision that we had, we created a shopping center called the Joshua Center at the former Annesville, and we moved business upon business upon business into that facility and created jobs upon jobs upon jobs. And because we did that, we created the space for Integrated Medical to come and to flourish in West St. George. Before that, until now, the NDP has yet to tell us what their vision is for the Annesville tarmac. Watch every speech they're talking. Read every document they put out. Hear every statement in Parliament. And ask yourself if you ever hear the NDP say what they would do with that land down there at the tarmac. They have no vision, but they have a lot of secrets. The reason they're not telling you what they would do with Annesville is because they already have some deals to sell off the tarmac to their rich friends in the NDP. You go hold a piece, you hold a piece, you hold a piece. Is the last piece of flat land in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, near tongue, all you hold a piece. We go sell it to all you cheap. That is what they want to do. The Unity Labour Party and Ralph Gonsalves have enunciated a vision that we are going to turn the Annesville tarmac into a modern city at Annesville. At one end of that city, you're going to have the hospital. At the other end, you're going to have a boardwalk and a hotel. In the middle, you're going to have residential spaces, commercial spaces, business spaces, services for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we will have a first world city that looks and can rival any other city anywhere in the Caribbean and anywhere in the world. That is our vision. Ask yourself, what is their vision for Annesville? Sell off for the friend them. Sell off the healthcare at the top. Sell off the land at the bottom. Put our money in the pocket. Walk away. That is what they're going to do. If you want a modern city at Annesville, you have to vote for Labour. While Luke was speaking, I don't know how many of you noticed. A white van drove by here through the crowd. You notice it? What was on the front of the van? The front of the van, a brand new white minivan, had a sticker on the front window that says sandals. drove right by here. And driving the other way was a white truck, a 4-ton Hino truck. Went the other way through the crowd. Both of those vehicles are representative of the vision of the Unity Labour Party. Because we brought sandals to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And all kind of people making money off of sandals now. Not just the people who work there. But the van man, the taxi man, the farmer, the fisherman, the tour operator, the entertainer, and many of them come from this constituency here in Western George. And all of them are eating a better food and living better because we brought sandals to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 900 jobs were created. And we announced a few weeks ago that we're going to bring Beaches Hotel to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Beaches Hotel is going to create 2,000 jobs for Vincentians. 2,000. And it is going to bring 500 million US dollars of investment into the country. Now, sound good, not true? 2,000 jobs, $500 million. Sound good. But what did the NDP have to say about it? Leacock went on the radio after Sandals was built and said that is enough investment in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have to cap investment. We have to stop investment in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Why did he say that? He said because if everybody could go to the business place to get a money and they ain't come to a politician to get a money, how would I, Leacock, feel powerful and strong? He rather keep you dependent on politicians than standing on your own 2 feet and earning your own bread and making your own progress and owning your own future. He said he would cap investment when Sandals was built. And when we announced Beaches, he came back out and he said to the people of this country that he would stop Beaches because it is a sellout of your patrimony. How can you say no in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to 2,000 jobs for Vincentians and more jobs for the taxi man and the van man and the farmer and the fisher and the craftsman and the lawyer and the accountant and everybody else who will make money from sandals? You say it because you don't have a vision for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you want more jobs in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have to vote for Labour. We are the remedy. Curtis King is an example of something I want to say that makes the ULP different from the NDP. When we decided to put the lights at Anna's Vale, Curtis King supported that fully. But he also said, we have to put lights around playing fields in West St. George. So right now, in Industrial Hill, we are adding lights to a playing field in West St. George because of Curtis King. And when we were building the hospital, and we're still building it, Curtis King said that is very good, but healthcare can't be localized in one place. We have to spread healthcare around my constituency. And therefore, he made sure that we also building new facilities in Bel Air for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Every time progress comes, Curtis King makes sure that the progress is extended directly to the people of West St. George. Because he is of you, he is from you, he has worked with you, he has demonstrated his commitment to you from he was a little boy till a big man, and he's still working for the people of this constituency. But there's something more than that. There's something even more than that I want you to know about Curtis, and something that I want you to know separates us from the New Democratic Party. The Unity Labour Party has an ideology. We have beliefs and we have principles. And because we are united around a core set of principles and beliefs, you can't shake we, you can't buy we out, and you can't take we off course. Because we know what we stand for and we know what we believe in. And if you don't stand for something, you go fall for anything. The New Democratic Party is not a political party. Don't get it twisted. Not because the name party. The New Democratic Party is a scheme to profit the members of the New Democratic Party. The New Democratic Party is a fast money scheme designed to enrich themselves, not the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So anyway money there, they did it. So that is why Lika can say that the biggest problem facing the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is that politicians don't get enough money. You could imagine that? If you ask every member of the ULP, not one of them would say that the biggest problem facing the country is that politicians want more money. We might say the people want more money. We might say salary have to raise. We might say taxes have to lower. We might say public assistance have to go up. We might say more house have to build. We might say more road have to build. We might say more clinic have to build. But we would never say that the biggest problem facing the country is that there's not enough money in the pocket of politicians. Because we knew when we came into it that we come into a job of service. We come in to serve the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, not enrich ourselves. And if you know that, you have the right principle for politics. But their principle want more money. So they start to look for where they could get the most money. The quickest place you can get money is to sell yourself. To sell out yourself, your passport, your patrimony, your homeland, who you are as a nation. And it is the most reprehensible way to make money, is to sell yourself and who you are. If you came in your family, you walk in the house and you tell your husband or your wife or your mommy or your daddy, Mommy, daddy, I find a new way to make a money. Let anybody who want to call themselves a part of the family give you your money and they can move in the bed and lie down in the bed with you. Your family would tell you, how dare you sell out your family like that? How dare you sell out yourself like that? How dare you sell out your principles like that? But not the NDP. The NDP says, who cares what a Vincentian is? Who cares what it means to be a citizen of St. Vincent and the Grenadines? That means nothing to the New Democratic Party. They want to sell out yourself. They want to sell out our passport so they could make a money. It ain't going to help you, you know. It ain't going to help me, you know. It going to help them and their lawyer friends to make a money selling passport. And when you can't get on a plane to go to America because they take away your visa, well, Kishore and Brambledon say, who cares? Who cares if you can't fly out? Who cares if Western Union can't send no money home to you for remittances because you're on a blacklist? Who cares? Because my pocket as an NDP politician fat by selling passports. If they will sell out your country and sell out your passport, they go sell you out fast, fast, fast. They want to sell you out. Because they're not concerned with progress, they're concerned with fast money. Sell out the hospital, or as Leacock says, sell off the hospital. That is money for them. No health for you. Sell out the passport. That is money for them. No progress for you. And the next thing they want to do is sell out Taiwan. That is good for them. But again, nothing for you. Because Taiwan has been our friend. And Vincentians know about loyalty and friendship. And we know that if our friends stand for us, we stand for our friend. We don't sell out, we friend them.
Me nah sell out my friend. Nah but this my friend. Be a blessing me son. Please your guide and protect them. Nah sell out my friend.
When hurricane blow, we ask Taiwan for help, they help we. When Soufre blow, we ask Taiwan for help, they help we. When we want to have the YES program, the SET program, the on-site program, we ask Taiwan for help, they help we. When we want to build a hospital, we ask Taiwan for help, they help we. When we want to build a port, we ask Taiwan for help, they help we. Everything we have asked them for, they have helped us. So why would we sell them out unless we want to put money in our own pocket?
And if you try to fix more than you break.
If you have a friend, and if the friend recognizes you as a friend and says that a friend indeed, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and they back you every time you slip, every obstacle you face, they are there for you, why would you sell out that friend? If you have a friend, your best friend, not the friend who make Candyman Gelix, a real friend who stands by you, who defends you, who protects you, who supports you, why would you sell out somebody like that for somebody who you don't know? That makes sense to all you? You see, the day that the country lick its head and elect the NDP, every single one of the students in Taiwan who get an education have to come home. That's the end of their university education right there. But you think the NDP care about that? No, because they will get some Chinese money in the pocket. And the day they would come in, the hospital would stop bill. You think they care about that? No, because they would get some money in the pocket. And the day it happened, we would have to pay back the loan on the port. But you think they care about that? No, because they will get some money in the pocket. And that is why I tell you, they are not a political party. They are a fast money scheme. This party, under this leader, stands for principle, stands for progress, stands for people. Because we start with the people at the center of what we do. And if you have one party that puts the people at the center of what they do, and another party that put their own personal profit at the center of what they do, the choice is very clear. You have to vote for Labour. The New Democratic Party does not have your interests at heart. The New Democratic Party is a set of people with one ambition: to taste power and to get money in the pocket. That's it. That's the whole plan. If you listen to them, they don't agree with one another. One man go say this and next man go say that. They don't have any policy that keep them together. They don't have any ideals that keep them together. They don't have any philosophy that binds them as a party. All they want to do is make a dollar. And they want you to be the willing suckers to help them make a dollar for themselves. Don't let that happen. This country is on the right path. This country has moved from, well, Jimmy said that backwater, I ain't gonna say that. But it has moved from low development to high development and is on the cusp of being one of the highest developed countries in the region. This country has the best educational system in the region.
Because everybody who qualifies to go to university can get support from this government to go to university. How many people here remember a thing named Senior 1 and Senior 2 and Senior 3? All you remember that? All you remember that? When I sat down to do my common entrance exam, if I look around, 10 people around me, out of the 10 of we, only 4 of we would have make it to secondary school. And out of the 10 of we, only 1 of we would have graduate from university. Now, everybody goes to secondary school, and more than half go on to graduate from college or university. That is a government that puts the people at the center of what we do. If you want to continue education, you have to vote for Labour. If you want to continue the hospital, you have to vote for Labour. If you want to build out the modern city at Annesville, you have to vote for Labour. If you want to keep the staunch friendship of Taiwan, you have to vote for Labour. If you want to develop sports in this country, you have to vote for Labour. If you want a government that continues to put the people at the center of what we do, you have to vote for Labour. It's that simple. Because the contrast is clear. Either the government serves you or you serve the government. This party serves the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This man, Curtis King, serves the people of West St. George. He has revolutionized education in this country. He has produced the best results ever in O-levels and A-levels in this country. He continues every day to work for the people of this country from a position of principle. The other guys sell you out, go on about the business. The New Democratic Party is the oldest, least experienced party in the Caribbean. Let me explain what I mean by that. Not one member of the New Democratic Party has ever served one day in government. And they do not have anybody to tell them how government does run. Luke Brown has been in more cabinet meetings than every single member of the New Democratic Party combined. Grace Walters has made more developmental decisions for her country than anybody in the entire New Democratic Party. Every member of our government has experience in governance, and we are led by the greatest prime minister in the Caribbean, in Ralph Gonsalves. Now look at them. Let me look at the 3 fellas in the 70s. Leacock never served a day in government, but he want to pick up governance in his 70s. Daniel Cummins has never served a day in government. The other fella running out, I forget his name. The other old fella running out by against Rodan. The oldest against the youngest. Me forget his name. My man say must call him such man. Mustn't call the name. So the such man running out in South Windward, he never served a day in government. Friday never served a day in government. Not one of them know how to pay a salary when month time come. Not one of them know how to pay the loans when the month time come. Not one of them know how to grow economies because they've never done it one time in their life. And none of them have anybody to show them how to do it. So James Mitchell of blessed memory, who served his time, is gone to the great beyond. They can't call Mitchell and say, how can I do it? I don't know how. Mr. Eustace is not able to help them right now either. John Horn has gone to the great beyond. Alan Cruikshank has gone to the great beyond. The day that Friday walk into that Prime Minister office would be the first day in his life that he ever stand up in that building. He don't even know where the toilet there, much less how to govern St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you want a party with experience, you have to vote for Labour. This is not a time for on-the-job training. This is not a time to get on a dangerous road and take out the experienced driver and put in a man with a L plate. This is a time of trouble in the world. This is a time of wars and rumors of wars all around us in the region. This is a time of tariffs. This is a time of unilateralism. This is a time when you need an experienced driver. You don't need a group of fellas who never once, among all of them, ever govern anything in their entire life. And this is not a time to put in people with no principles and no North Star to guide them who looking to make a quick dollar. Because if you do that, they will sell us all out. They will sell us all out. And the future that we want you to own will be a future that is sold to the highest bidder. If you want to own your future, you have to vote for Labour. So I tell you this, comrades. This party before you is a party of servants. This party before you is willing to make the sacrifices and the hard decisions to keep us on the right path. This leader is a man with the greatest experience of any leader who has ever served St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This team is the most talented team ever assembled to serve St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The progress is real. You see what we have done over the last 5 years. You see the hotels, you see the roads, you see the hospitals, you see the clinics, you see the sporting facilities, you see the scholarships. You see that we are building a first world nation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And you see a man here in your humble servant, Curtis King, who has always worked for your people, who put his bucket down in West St. George and has served you every day of his adult life, who continues to work for all of you in your interest, not in his own. Curtis has never said you want more money. Curtis has never said to sell out your passport. Curtis has never said to sell off Vincentians to the highest bidder. He has said, how can I help? How can I serve? And how can I make St. Vincent and the Grenadines a greater nation? And that is what Labour is about. And that is what is at risk. This party loves you. And this party will always work in your interest. Curtis King loves you. And he will always work in your interest. Ralph Gonzalez loves you. And he has shown that he will always work in your interest. I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I will always work in your interest. And that is the choice before you today. If you want a better St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have to vote for Labour. Comrades and friends, I love you. Good night.
Is a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who've lost their way, there's a place for people like you.
Comrades, all let's sing along.
I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you.
Comrades, Let us put it together once again for let's put it together once again for Comrade Camilo Gonzalez. You know, as Camilo is talking there, he mentioned sandals. And earlier on this evening, I saw the photos coming from Montego Bay. As you know, that is the hip tourist area in Jamaica. And that is where Sandals has one of its most iconic locations, resort. The Sandals Resort in Montego Bay, practically gone. Mash up. I say that to say this. Sandals is scheduled to build out a beaches resort here in St. Vincent the Grenadines. I want you all to listen to me carefully, because you're dealing with people. And people don't spend money just because they have money to spend. You understand? People who have money don't like to throw it away. Now, they have to rebuild Montego Bay. Ask yourself the question. They're going to have some choices to make. Are we going to, God forbid, NDP and government? Sanders got to make a decision. Are we going to fight up with those guys who don't want we in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who've been fighting us from the beginning? Or are we going to focus entirely on rebuilding Montego Bay? They have decisions to make, comrade. They are going to need the most cooperative government, which they have already described this Unity Labour Party administration as the most accommodating government in the region, the most friendly, the most investor-friendly government in the region. Well, I tell you, you're going to need that most friendly government in the region as a part of the equation when they're making their decision going forward on how they're going to spend the money over the next coming months and years. That is an issue for consideration. And by the way, when I say hey about CBI, me know. I want to bring the person on the stage now who gave them the most hot head, who gave them the most headache, who gave them the most tabanka, you're right. Tammy T. Tammy T. Q, you can't sleep. Q, we don't sleep, and no sleep. No sleeping. Hey, this person gave them the most hot head, the most bellyache, the most toeache, the most eyeache, headache, the most tabanka. Every time she talk, every time she walk, every time she spark, they start to bark. They're trembling with fear because grace is here. And come election day, trust me, North Windward is coming home first for Labour.
Do something now, do something to stop it. Do something now, do something to stop it. Can't you see how much you mean to me? Oh my sugar, you Labour. I'll keep on trying, baby, to give you everything. If you knew what I'm going through, for all the things you do, I'm still in love with you. Oh girl,
Comrades, good night. I bring you greetings
from the wonderful constituency of North Windward. The constituency that is most craved by the other side. We are bringing you greetings. We are standing in solidarity this evening with you, West St. George. We are standing in solidarity with you in support of our comrade, Curtis King, the king in the valley, the king of the ULP, the member who has joined with the Unity Labour Party to ensure that West St. George is in good hands, that West St. George remains in government, that West St. George remains with the party of love. The party that cares about you. The party that cares about progress. The party that cares about people. The party that does every single thing with you at heart. The party who now sell out. Comrades, I join with the other comrades to endorse our brother. I join with the other comrades to endorse our brother because I know Comrade King. I know Comrade King as a family man. And another comrade said that he is a family man. This I know. I have lived in West St. George for a short time. I've had the pleasure of integrating and intermingling with the family of our dear Comrade King. And when I tell you that he truly takes family very seriously, this is a man who has family at heart. A man who has family at heart, you know, they say that charity begins at home. And if somebody loves their family, you know that that love is shared throughout the entire constituency. The love that he gives to his family resonates with his family and spills off into his constituency. I understand that Curtis King is someone who represents well. And Comrade Camilo just spoke about his representation in cabinet. I want to give you a little more insight. Well, I ain't sworn in yet, so I could talk. I could talk about what went on in cabinet that day with the Belay project because I was there representing the Ministry of Health. I remember when we came to speak on health in cabinet and we were talking about all the different things that we were going to do. I remember Curtis, he was on his phone and he was there listening to us and he said, "What happened to Belay? What happened? Are they not doing Belay? What happened? Belay want to be done as well. Isn't that right, Curtis? Just so. What happened to Belay? This is a man that you have. He stands up for you. He represents you as if he's representing his own family. Curtis King chose the family of the Unity Labour Party. And he chose the family of the Unity Labour Party because this is a party of love. This is a party that embraces people. This is a party that does every single thing for the poor and the working class. We do some things also for the rich, but the rich, it spills off because we are an inclusive party. We are an inclusive party. We include every single soul, every single Vincentian, and anyone else who visits our shores. As a matter of fact, do you know that there are some people who visit and they don't even want to leave? Why is that so? Because the Unity Labour Party has created an environment of love, has created an environment of progression, has created an environment of production, has shown that this is a party that is performing to the best of their ability, a party that performs for the people. The Unity Labour Party loves you. This is not a party of hate. When I look on the other side, I see a party, I see a group of people who are so engrossed in hating Comrade Ralph. Everything they spill out of everything that comes from their mouth is spilling everything about Comrade Ralph. It's just a party of bad-mindedness and hate. That is the best I can put it. That's the best I can put it without being disrespectful to my parents and my comrades and my community. This is a party that ensures that every single soul, every single Vincentian is impacted by the benefits, every single benefit that is offered in this country. Comrade spoke about the education revolution. And, you know, we take this thing for granted. But this is not something to be taken for granted. I am from the village of Sandy Bay. In my village, before Ralph, before the Unity Labour Party, there were children who didn't even know what preschool was. The education revolution changed that. There were children who did not know what it was to intermingle and to socialize with people, with children of their own age group, because their parents couldn't afford that. When this party took office, that was seen. An evaluation was done. And you know what they did? This group, this team, this party that loves Vincentians, that has Vincentians at heart, this party implemented a program called the Roving Caregivers Program. You remember that? That's right. The Roving Caregivers Program was a program where persons were trained to go into the homes of people to teach the children, because the party recognized that in order to ensure that there was a university graduate in every home by the year 2030, it had to start at the preschool. That's where we had to start, at the foundation. As was said before, this is not a hapsy-scrapsy party. This is a party that looks at every single thing and comes up with the best way to implement something.
Dreams of brighter days.
You know, it has been said before, but we cannot say it enough. And we need to stress it, comrades, because leadership matters. Leadership matters. You know, I heard someone was saying, I just want to say this. I don't mean any disrespect, but I heard somebody say when we come around, when the Unity Labour Party come around, they must, and they come around and they're going to tell you about galvanize and lumber, and it's not galvanized, we're saying, it's boom, boom, boom. Labor! Boom, boom, boom.
And every time I knock on the neighbor door, I hear
labor! Labor!
And every time I knock on the neighbor door, I hear
You know, leadership matters. And leadership ensures that when something is done, it is done properly and it is done to benefit the country. There is no laziness in politics. I see on Facebook where someone was saying that, oh, Ralph thief all with ideas. Come on. You are building ideas. You're bringing to us four ideas that the comrade could establish in one evening that is going to last for a whole 5. What more are you going to do after? What do you have in mind for St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Those 4 ideas are individualized ideas to benefit different groups in the society and not anything to benefit the entire nation. Nothing about progress. Nothing about how we can develop our country. Nothing about how we can develop our people. Come on, comrades. Leadership matters.
People talk. That's what they do.
This is a party of progress. This is a party that has your interests at heart. This is a party that your comrade, Curtis King, chose to be a part of. This is a party that is coming to you this evening, comrades, saying to you to give Curtis King your support. Stand behind him on election day. We need your support. We cannot do it without you. We need to keep out laziness, incompetence, and indecisiveness out of our cabinet. We need to keep it out of our country. We need leaders who know what they're doing. This is not the time for us to put anybody who cannot lead into office. Things are brewing. I said it last night. Things are brewing. You need a leader who can stand up, a leader who can say no when no needs to be said, a leader who can say, how does this benefit my people? A leader that says, that is not good for my country. You don't need anyone to say, and sit back and just watch people do what they want to do with our country. Leadership matters. Comrades, this leadership, the Unity Labour Party led by our beloved comrade Ralph, is asking you to own your future. Anyone who wants to empower you with knowledge, who wants to give your power back to you, make sure that you maintain your power, is somebody you should embrace. Not anyone who wants to give it up and to take it and sell it to anybody, the highest bidder. This is a party that is saying to you, your future belongs to you. Own it. Own your future. And the way that you can own your future is to stick with the Unity Labour Party. Comrades, we need your support on election day. Ensure that you go out. You and your neighbor, go and vote for Labour. Thank you very much.
Comrades, put it together once again for Comrade Grace Walters. As she encouraged, we're going to go out on election day in West St. George and we're going to put our X next to the star solidly for Curtis King. Yes. And as she said, you alone ain't going. I say who? Me alone ain't going. I say me alone ain't going. Me and the whole army going. The whole Red Army coming out on November 27th, 6 in the tail. We're fully ready and ready. Comrades, at this point, I want to introduce to you a man that you know better than anybody else. He is not an individual that when you hear his name, you gotta ask, who that be? Who he? Where he live? Oh, I buy for them people up there? No. You know him well. You know him because he has been with you all along. Because he has dedicated his life to you all along. Because he has been unwavering over the years in his commitment to you, to West St. George and to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You know him because he is one of our top nation builders even before being elected into office. If you take away the last 5 years of his life, he has still done more for St. Vincent the Grenadines and West St. George than many people. Comrades, you know this man. And when you go to the polls on election day, you are going to vote for who you know. You are going to vote for who you know. Comrades, you're going to vote for who? Curtis King!
Well, the years have come and the years have gone. Still the Son of Man keeps a trotting on. Journey on. Yeah, from innocence to experience, from dependence to independence. Journey on. Well, now I have loved and I have been loved. I have judged and I have been judged. Journey on. So whether come or storm, there's a victory. 'Cause I'm in all and all is in me.
Journey. Journey on. Oh yes, man. Journey. Never. Oh, journey, man. Never.
I was captured on the banks of the river Nile, carried far behind the seven seas.
Journey now, man.
Journey on.
We are on a progressive
So
journey.
I left my home in the morning. I wanna go home in the evening.
And we are going to continue that journey.
Journey on.
And you are going to help us to continue that journey. Never. Thank you, DJ. Comrades of labor. Comrades of labor.
Hit them for six. This time is plenty licks. Hit them for six. And every time I knock on me neighbor door.
Where we hearing?
I hear
What? Comrades, a pleasant good night to you from West St. George, from our neighboring constituencies, and of course, a pleasant good night to those who are following us online. You know, I love this song, Johnny. Why? Because it speaks to our efforts. It speaks to the commitment of this Unity Labour Party as we transform St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the better. You know, tonight I was told by some that we are stretching the people. They said, you started since Saturday night with the port. Sunday night, you're out again. Monday night, you're out again. Last night, you're at the Richmond Hill playing field. And persons were saying, well, give us a break. But I told them, this great Unity Labour Party, we never get weary yet.
Yeah, from innocence to experience, from dependence to independence. Journey.
We have a journey to continue.
Journey on.
So we can't get tired because we have to ensure that we lift St. Vincent and the Grenadines higher and higher. And I want to beg up my sister, come on stage,
Sister Josette, come. Come, Josette. Candyman, let her come on stage. Because Comrade Jojo, she ain't getting tired either.
Nope. Never.
She left the United Kingdom. It's last night.
Last night, tonight.
And she got here, dressed and ready. Red and ready. And look, right off of Virgin Atlantic. She did right. You see the commitment I'm talking about? You see the commitment I'm talking about? And that is why I know that you recognize that there's only one political party in this country that could transform St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the better. That is the Unity Labour Party. Why Labour! Labour!
Raise up your voting finger. Show me your voting finger. Raise up the voting. Me and my neighbor. Voting for Labour. Voting for Labour. Me and my neighbor. Voting for Labour. Somebody say.
Comrades, I really want to thank you for turning out tonight. For many of you at short notice. And sometimes that is the best how to judge our strength and support. So thank you for coming out. I want to thank the platform. I sat here tonight and I listened to some wonderful presentations from my comrades. In fact, they have made my work easier because I came here tonight to convince you, if you need convincing at all, that you had to make sure that we encourage our young people especially to own the future. And I came with the intention to talk about the vision of this great party and some of the programs it has implemented to realize that vision. I came here to talk about what has happened in West St. George under my stewardship and to speak about some of the plans we have for West St. George as we move forward in the new term. And I also came here to talk about the collection of individuals on the other side and to expose some of them for what they really are. But after listening to my comrades, I could make it short because we still have the world boss to speak to you tonight. But I listened to Comrade Siobhan. And Siobhan like she was living in West St. George because she recited so many things that we have done. And I listened to the other comrades, my comrade Jimmy and Luke, and they told you all about me. They probably know more about me than I know of myself. And then we had a masterpiece by Comrade Camilo. You see how my task is made easier? And Grace just put everything on the table. So that I know, that you know, that come the 27th of November, you're going to do one thing. That is to go to the polls and mark your X next to the star. But I want to spend a little time on something that is very important. And that is why I'm saying I've shifted my presentation. Because there's something important that I want you to leave here with tonight. That is a commitment to go out there and to convince those who have doubts that the next polling day is absolutely important to this country. And depending on the choice you make, St. Vincent can either go up or fall down.
Dreams of brighter days.
You know me as a teacher, and you know me as a very serious person. And as was said, you know me as a committed person. Coming from that background, I have to deliver this message tonight. Because, unlike others, I am invested in this country. I grew up, well, let me put it this way. I born in Fountain, not too far from here. Over by the stone mill, next to where Little Man King had his praise house. And they said at 18 months, I was sent to live with my father in Belair. I have lived there for all of my life since then. And I've engrossed myself into everything in this community. And that is why I want to make sure that the efforts we have put in to develop this community, to develop this country, that we don't roll it back. And I'm saying to you that it is easy to roll it back if you make the wrong decision, if you make the wrong choice come polling day on November 27th. Therefore, comrades, I am saying to you, we have our work cut out for us. And every single one of us within the sound of my voice who are comrades and who understand the importance of that exercise that is due on the 27th of November knows that this calls for serious effort. You see, on the one hand, we have a party that is striving to take our country higher and higher. You have a party that has articulated a vision, a clear vision for the development of this country. You have a party that has gone about putting programs in place to realize that vision. On the other hand, you have a party that is committed to making deals. Deals in the back doors and corridors that are dark, that are hidden, with persons who we don't know. With persons and institutions that do not have an interest in the development of this country. And they think they could fool us by dangling a whole set of trinkets in front of our faces. I am saying, comrades, do not fall for that trap. I make this point every time. In the Unity Labour Party, we see leadership as duty to the next generation. But in the other party, the New Democratic Party, they see leadership as making deals just to try to win the elections. We can't afford to allow them to get away with that.
Keep the fire burning. Keep the fire burning. Burn down with your vote on election day. And when you vote for your party, remember to vote you out it. Burn down with the fire.
So we have to keep the fire burning. But we ain't want to just burn the fire. You heard what the good brother said? You have to go out and vote. You have to go out and vote. But remember, I don't want you alone to go out and vote. I want you to go by your neighbor. I want you to pull out of your neighbor's houses. Those who decide for one reason or the other, they're not going out to the polls.
Show me your voting finger. Raise up the voting finger. Show me your voting finger. Raise up the voting. All right, me and my neighbor. Voting for Labour. Me and my neighbor. Voting for Labour. Somebody say.
You know, I want to give you in some reform. Not too long ago, it used to be said, and that is before this Unity Labour Party assumed office in 2001. It used to be said that there are only two countries in the Western Hemisphere that are poorer than St. Vincent and the Grenadines: Guyana and Haiti. That's what used to be said. Today, if we are going by the latest publications from the United Nations Development Agency that looks at the quality of human life, we are approaching the status of a high quality, very high quality of human development in terms of the quality of life. But we didn't get there by accident. We didn't get there by taking a chance. We got there by a clearly articulated vision with a clearly articulated program of action which has been implemented over the years. You know, I listened to some of them on the opposition. The one Bramble who going up against Luke. He said that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, imagine here, he is saying this after the United Nations publication. He said St. Vincent is the least developed of the Caribbean countries. And things real bad. We at the bottom end. The other one who go in contest against Carlos. He says St. Vincent and the Grenadines is 30 years below St. Lucia in development. But guess what now? They're just prattling their mouths because the United Nations Development Agency says something different. We can't lose. As is always being said, the only people who could beat labor is labor. And that is why I'm on this message tonight. Because labor has to continue on this road of upliftment. And you, the Labour Party supporters in this country, have to work to ensure that we continue. sex in the tail, man. But I want to say this to you. When we talk about the high quality of human development, the high quality of living in this country, and put it this way, there are a number of things that have to be put in place to achieve this. So when you hear the talking and nonsense, you could counter it. You don't get to live a high quality life unless you have the resources to do so. So, I can say to you, and the records will show that this country has been doing well economically. You heard from other speakers the figures from all the reputable institutions show that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the second fastest growing economy in this Caribbean region. And you know we get there because Comrade Ralph and the Unity Labour Party is working for we. Labour working for we. Labour is working for we. And with the consistency in economic growth, we have been able to ensure that the quality of life is improved for our citizens. I want to look simply at one major issue, health. Not too long ago, if you wanted to do simple procedures, you had to go overseas. I remember my wife here, she did in the audience. I had to pay one time for her to go to St. Lucia to do a simple thing like an MRI scan. You could do it here now for next to nothing. I remember not too long ago, fellas dying like flies because they had issues with their kidneys. Today, you're getting free dialysis services right here in St. Vincent.
Dreams of brighter days.
Brighter days.
Dreams of brighter days. Giving thanks, giving thanks, giving thanks.
And I want to say something now. I continue with the health. We have said over and over that shelter is important because they look at these factors too. When they look at the quality of life, you can't enjoy a high quality of life if you don't have proper shelter. But this government has said over and over and has demonstrated it in practical sense by building houses for our people. And I ain't talking about only high-income houses, only middle-income houses, only low-income houses. Right, if you turn with me, you're seeing a house right there. It belongs to Shirley. That is one of the first project that was done during my time. Look how lovely it looks. And you know some bad-minded people, when the house was being built, they say, you build a house for that woman. Because to some of them, she too ordinary. But that is what we have been doing throughout this West St. George constituency. And long before Beryl.
Bad-minded, some people bad-minded, bad-minded, some people bad-minded.
And I want to give you this one too. Well, those on the other side who never built a single house and who were building pitch latrine at the turn of the 24th century, they come now talking the nonsense about where they're going to build. Don't go on promises. Go on what you see. Go on and choose the party that has delivered, not the party that's promising. We introduced a program called Lives to Live. And several persons in this community has benefited from it, where we give you bath and toilet in your houses. So you don't have to go outside and pit latching. That is the kind of quality of life that we are talking about. And I would say this too. I'm not going into details in education. We know the story already. But about 2 weeks ago, I gave a ride to a young lady. She was going Kelboni. And, comrade, you know of this young lady. She went to the West St. George Secondary School. She wrote her subjects. But she got pregnant very early. Thankfully, she was able to complete her subjects. Get them. But if you finish your education, then you're challenged. But she was encouraged to attend one of our technical institutes. And she went and she did so well that they gave her like a tuition scholarship to go on to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, the technical division. I see Comrade Bowen say he was the dean at the time. She went and she graduated top of her class. But she didn't stop there, no. She didn't stop there. She gained employment with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. Brother Frederick Stevenson, she worked at the hospitality management institution out there. You know what she is doing now? She is completing her bachelor's degree. You know, this girl who at secondary level was struggling because of pregnancy, she got a second chance. And now she is lecturing at the college and completing her bachelor's degree in hospitality management.
Me say me never give up. I said there ain't no giving in. How when the going get tough, I said the tough get going.
These are the things that enhance your quality of life. And comrade, I say you should know her because she came by you and get a computer. She told me that to help her in her studies. And yes, of course. So I'm saying, comrades, that this party has looked at St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we have identified the challenges. And we have put in place programs to conquer these challenges. And we are seeing the fruit of our work. Because, believe me, as was indicated, our vision now is no longer simple enhancement in the living circumstances of our people. We are talking now of preparing our citizens to enjoy a quality life that is comparable with any first world country as we talk. So comrades, the only how you're going to be able to do that is if you go out there and convince your neighbor and your neighbor's children and your children to go out and vote solidly for the Star. Because on this trajectory that we are on, do not for one moment think that it cannot be rolled back. If you put in place the backwardness that represents the NDP, then it would be rolled back easily. You just have to listen to the nonsense they're talking about. When we are talking about feeding our children and feeding them for next to nothing, that's to say free. They are talking about selling our passports, selling our souls. But we'll get to that another time. I want to address one issue before I come down tonight. The opposition NDP, they are trying as much as possible to feed off what we would call some dissatisfaction in the society. So, every pothole they see in the road, they make a fuss. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have challenges with the road. But sometimes I wonder, because since during my stewardship, we did that road from Massey to Fountain out there, Billy Village Road. How many times you hear they talk about that? One time every minute, in the area welcome known as Shady, it's on Facebook. Well, I see that on Facebook. You don't fix it up enough. Just down to the end of this highway, VG Highway, going through what we call Barrymore Village Road. We fixed that too, no? Up there, Johnny Hill, they're between me and comrade Camilo. Road was terrible. We don't do phase one up there, no. It fixed. You don't hear they talk about that. Belair, Ballgong Road. It done. We just waiting now to come down Middle Road. And I could go on and name so many roads. In Bay, you could go right down on the beach, driving. Road fixed there, you know. And the other side too, below where you used to call Villa Lodge. Road going down there by Ferrari and them fixed too, you know. But, you want to hear this, say that? The two roads, though, we have some challenges with. And it ain't nothing to do with our commitment to fixing it. We have some challenges with the contractors. But we have already expanded the road in terms of the width. And we are just waiting now for them to do the asphalt. Huh? And then there are so many other things. One of my comrades mentioned the Belair Clinic. It's $3.7 million roughly we are spending on upgrading that clinic to a smart clinic. We are going up at the playing field at Daphne, where we are inserting lights. So we get lights down at the end down there, and lights up there too. Over Dorsetshire Hill, since Arthur Williams' time, they're walking on a playing field because it's labor. And that is why I always say, development is a process. It don't happen overnight. But we are fixing and preparing a proper playing field for Dorsetshire Hill as we talk. And there are many other things that we'll talk about from time to time. But the point is, they are all aimed at enhancing the quality of life in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I'll mention this. And I want to show you how backward they are. We are talking about building a modern city at Arnesville. You know my articulation of the vision for West St. George all the time. I say it. At the lower end, you see emerging a city. In the middle areas, like in Fountain, Belair, you see the development of a middle-income society. And in the northern part, we talk about our agriculture and tourism potential. You know that. You hear it from me all the time. But the backwardness of the NDP, even though we have already gone and had and display designs for the new city, the backward leaders say it can't happen. You can't build city. Suck it in. Wherever you people build city. You see how they think? But the one that hurt me the most is when we explain that as part of that modern city, we are going to give greater access into Kingston by having a tunnel dug under Cane Garden. You know the backward guys and them say that can't happen. But I get so many examples in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So you think you can buy a tunnel? Now somebody have to dig it. Huh? How you get Black Point? Now somebody have to dig it. Huh? How you have the tunnel between Park Hill and South Rivers? And there are many others up there. But their vision is so clouded that they can't see how we could use modern technology to do these things.
I want to rule my destiny. Yeah, I want to rule my destiny. Whoa.
In fact, we have been saying it all the time. And Jimmy, you have a lazy fellow running against you. Well, me ain't surprised his stupidness he's saying. He say after 25 years, they must vote out the NDP. He damn right. Vote them out. Get rid of them. But he was in charge of a unit in the Ministry of Education called Science and Technology. That lazy man never do one thing. And I ask him when you see him. In fact, the only time we got any work done is when he went on secondment. That is to say, he went overseas to work. And the lady who was under he come right here from West St. George, Miss Chris. She led the process that resulted in a job, science, and technology policy.
Everybody must work. Everybody must work.
Yeah, they must walk and we must hold them to it. But he's so damn lazy. He ain't do nothing. But he won't come now for tell you he'll come in government, for run government. Well, if he not do nothing down there, up there he go do. Then they get one say he contesting against me. How many of you know him? I had to tell his neighbor that yes, the man me married. They didn't even know that. This guy says he is a cricket administrator. At 19 years, look, Daddy Rush today. He could tell you that my schoolmate. We started a cricket competition named TBPO cricket competition. It's still happening 40-something years after. And he lived close by. He never won this solve on the committee. Poor Ashford Wood and them others, them man going hard for 70. Still doing it. But this lazy man ain't doing nothing. But you are
We go mash them down and loose. All them are rings and a crowds. Down the blocks will have to move. Come we go mash them down and loose.
And I want to say something else too. Yes, all you notice, just now we drive through for see what's going on. Well, you get a headache now. But I want to tell you something. And you know, you all know me as a serious person, deadly serious. These guys only want to get in to see if they could use this country to benefit themselves. Mr. Cummins at age 49 retired from the company he was working with, but started the next day on contract. And he come telling me, I want to eat a food. Let me tell you something. At 45 years, the man who run against me still in the parents' home. At 3 years to the 45, when I'm 48, I don't pay for my house. And I start from scratch. Huh? Yeah, telling them my business. Huh? And these are the lazy guys who want to say they want to run government. Y'all be careful. Because the other one, the major as he call himself, who say he should have been a millionaire, 70-something now. But when he telling you that the fundamental problem in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are low salaries for politicians, let's take a chance and put them there. See what they're going to do with y'all.
Comes the journey, good thing that got me. See it and you feel. Family comes
And I'm going to a leader now. I tell y'all, I born Fountain, I grew up Billy, I still live here. I married a woman from Gome with roots in Chomaka. Still Vinci. Huh? My children, 3 of them are right here. They go to school right here. Huh? What the other guy did? He said he sent his children them to United States for born in the force. Sorry, send his wife in the United States so that she could give birth to the children so they could get a chance in life. You ever hear nonsense? And them they want to come run this country. They don't have no commitment. And if you think he slip up, the leader himself, he tell us, look now, when you all see trouble starting, don't look for me now. Because in my front pocket, I have my Canadian passport. In my back pocket, that way I get my Vincent passport. These are the people I want to run, y'all. Yes, I know I have to come down just now, but I can't stop yet. Let me tell you all something. Last elections, I was there talking about the number of doctors right in our little region. And we used to call them ordinary people who through this education revolution was able to send their children to get a university education and to do medicine. And I want to say this now. I've gone beyond the doctors. We have a lot of them. But the other day, I'm in Georgia Gutter. And I ain't going to call her name. She didn't give me authority to do so. But there's a young lady. When she told me she's in Barbados, I think she's doing now. She completed her law degree. When we grew up, the lawyers and them live Kingston and Cane Garden. And well, after we family, they just gonna live Queen's Drive. But the point I'm making, ordinary people now could pursue any goal that they want with regards to their education. All of that happened under the Unity Labour Party. Because when we talk about the education revolution, and I want to say this, when we talk about education revolution, we're not talking only about universal access to secondary school. There's a mistake that people usually make. We're talking about the whole thing. But I'm saying, when we talk about universal secondary education, one component of the education revolution, Major, I remember, he said, what, Charlie? All want to water down the education system. I know why he was responding that way. Because I've been at grammar school at the time. We took in 250 students that year, put them in plywood building. And they didn't want that. In fact, they say they will consider universal secondary education in 2030. Well, we're in 2025 and we don't achieve it long time. So much so that we have revised our goal long time to one where we are saying by 2030, at least one member of the family would have gained a college or university education. By the way, the young lady I talked about earlier, who pursued the bachelor's degree, she proudly said to me, Mr. King, I'm the first one in my family to attend a university. When you know all these things, you're going to put the collection of individuals on the other side in office. For do what? For waste time? So, comrades, I outlined for you just some issues. What I want you to leave here with is the realization that this Unity Labour Party is on a quest to enhance your living circumstances to the extent where even the people in the bus knows labor. yes, to enhance our living circumstances to the extent where we are comparable with people living in the United Kingdom, in the USA and so on. And you should leave here knowing that the other side does not have that intention. And therefore, on the 27th of November, there's basically only one choice you're facing. And now, Mr. MC, let me cut now. But let me say this piece in closing. We had a serious situation, as was explained by Candyman. And we had to make certain decisions. I'm talking about the requirement of taking the vaccine. Why I'm mentioning this? Because the NDP trying to see if they could score points on this. Well, let me cut it short by telling you. 219 teachers initially did not take the vaccine. I checked 2 weeks ago. All but 33 of those teachers either returned to the classroom, retired, and by the way, let me say this to you. When I say retire, including persons who this government changed the law to accommodate by having them retiring at 55. 33 remaining. And of the 33, 2 have already indicated that they want to come back. And they would have already been in the classroom. We're trying to get them in by 4th of November. But they didn't send the information to us. And I'm going to say something more about that. Because one of the strongest anti-vax person, she coming back now. But you won't see that on Facebook. You'd see all other kind of things. That is why I will expose them. But I go wait for the right time. I'll wait for the right time. Except always to see that this government is all about the development of our lovely and wonderful country. And with your help, on the 22nd of November, we're going back there. 27th of November. What I said? Sorry, 27th of November. Yes. So I want once again to thank you for turning out. I really appreciate your commitment. And I encourage you to stay with us. Let us continue this journey. Because this journey is going to take us to a level where we all can be proud of. Where others would look at us with envy. Because on this journey, it is only one direction we're going. Upwards all the time. Forward all the time. We're not going backward. We're not turning back. This is about a journey. A journey for your upliftment. A journey that will result in us being a country of a post-war status. Thank you very much.
I want to hear you put it together for Curtis King. That is a solid candidate. That's a solid nation builder. That man going to hit 6 on the 27th. Well, somebody did some addition yesterday. 2025. 2025. Comrade. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equal what? 9. Equal 9. So somebody say, turn wrong the 9. Where you get when you turn wrong 9?
Hit them for 6. Hit them for 6. This time is plenty licks. Hit them for 6. Hit them for 6. This time is plenty licks. Hit them for 6. Hit them for 6. This time is plenty licks. Leave out your door, knocking, boom, boom, boom.
All the knocking.
Leave out your door, knocking, boom, boom, boom. Comrade at your door.
Comrades, are you ready for the comrade?
The comrade at your door.
Are you ready for the political leader? Say!
And every time I knock on me neighbor door.
Call him, call him. Call him louder, call him.
And every time I knock on me neighbor door, I hear it.
Are you ready for the political leader?
They sit down and wonder. Them a plan to get.
Are you ready for the world boss?
Fire. Labor coming stronger and better.
Are you ready for the one and only, the champion? I want you to call him.
Comrades and friends of labor, I'm very happy to be with you here in West St. George. It is now 25 past 11. We have just heard from Curtis, in my view, the best speech that he has delivered since he became parliamentary representative for West St. George. It was a fantastic speech in every material particular. I am going to give a summary as to why you should vote Labour. I want to begin with the proposition. Men and women make history, but only to the extent that the circumstances of history permit them so to make. You do not make history in circumstances chosen by yourself, but by circumstances which you meet and those which have arisen while you are making the history. When we arrived in office, I want you to remember the condition of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and what has transpired over the last near 25 years the difficulties and the challenges, and the remarkable work that we have done together to overcome those difficulties and challenges, to bring us where we are today, that we can talk seriously, that over the next 15 years, we can build, establish a first world nation of a special kind, a special type in this St. Vincent, in this part of our Caribbean civilization. What did we meet when we arrived? We met, first of all, a country which had one of the lowest incomes in the entire Caribbean per head of population. We were only ahead of Haiti and Guyana. Guyana is moving now because they have oil. And the prospects look very difficult. Why? Because the banana regime, which was a preferential regime, that regime for bananas in the United Kingdom started to come to an end from July the 1st, 1993. And by the time we arrived in office, the banana regime was diminishing. Not because of the fault of the farmers, not because of any politician, but because Britain joined the single market and economy. And why we blame the politicians who were ruling then is for them not to have had the foresight to be able to put things in place to cushion the effect and to make the necessary alterations, changes in our economy. In 1992, the last year of the special banana regime, the preferential regime, we exported $120 million worth of bananas. In today's dollars, that's over $300 million. We don't sell any more bananas to Britain. That $300 million in today's terms was ripped out of the economy. And then we had an education system where 4 out of every 12-year-olds were at secondary school. 4 of every 10 were at secondary school. Health situation was awful and deteriorated. The NDP government didn't have a clue as to what to do. The economy remained a colonial or an amended colonial economy, dependent upon preferential treatment for bananas, and the economy was based on an unlimited supply of unskilled labor, priced at a very low level. That is what we meant. The total economy for the year, the last year, in the year 2000, was 800 million Eastern Caribbean dollars. Let's then see what happened between 2001 and now in terms of some of the challenges and what we had to do to overcome those and bring us to where we are and where we have to go, where we must go. Now, in relation to the size of the economy, last year, the economy size was $3.2 billion, not million, billion dollars. More than 4 times the size of the economy nominally in 2024 compared to 2001. But in real terms, in real dollars, we are more than 3 times better off than in 2001. Accordingly, when the average income per head of population in 2001 was under $8,000 a year, it is now in the region of $31,000 a year on an average. Some are much higher, some are lower. I'm talking about the average. There's been an education revolution. In the primary schools, there were only 4 teachers who are university graduates. Today, 70% of the teachers in the primary schools are university graduates. 75. We have, remember this, in the primary school, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How did we manage? And those are some signposts which I want to pick out. How did we manage this? When we had, in 2001, 9/11, which affected us, the knock-on effects. 2002, Tropical Storm Lily. In fact, between 2002 and 2024, we had 12 weather-related storms or hurricanes, 21 volcanic eruptions in April 2001. We had COVID. We had the worst global economic depression for nearly 100 years between 2008 and 2010, brought on by the collapse of global capitalism in the United States when Lehman Brothers collapsed and triggered a worldwide depression. And then, of course, the knock-on effects of the Ukraine-Russia war, high prices, supply chain challenges, the ravages on the sea coast because of increased climate change. All these problems are coming upon us. And internally, we have division created by the New Democratic Party, that everything we try to do, they oppose. And every vision which we put forward, they denounced. Let's look at examples. Things which have transformed us, because what we decided to do, and we made very plain, we are going to, first of all, we had a framework to shift the paradigm for the economy from a amended colonial economy to a post-colonial one, which was modern, many-sided, competitive, national, regional, and global, and all of those words pregnant with meaning. Education and science are the foundation. And now we also had to do a series of transformative projects and initiatives to help to make the change, resting on the educational base. We built the Robbery Bridge to link the north with the south. The condition of that place from colonialism to now had existed for nearly 250 years from colonial government to other governments. Nobody ever thought of being able to build the Robbery Bridge. When we said we were going to do it, they mocked us. They laughed at us. They said, how you can build a bridge over such a wide expanse? The amount of money it will cost. They said it would be cheaper and easier to build a tunnel under the earth. They were willing the Rabaka Bridge to wash away every time it rained. Well, we build it and it's there.
Don't you
In 2001, we said that we are going to have universal access to secondary education by 2005. They opposed that. They mocked us. They say we're building plywood school. By the time 2005, to accept all the students, we had opened 9 secondary schools. We had trained the teachers. And in 2002, we said that by 2030, we will have 1 college or university graduate on an average per household by 2030. What did they say? They said, you're arrogant. You're a crazy man. First of all, that you're going to be a one-term papa. Then they said, you ain't going to be here in 2030 in the land that they live in, or even near to that. Some of them wish me all kind of ill, as they still do. They still do. And they will conspire against me and the Unity Labour Party in every single way. And one of the things you have to look out for, by the way, is that when they realize that they are losing and they're getting desperate, very desperate, they started already. Just like Sanballat and Tobiah of the Ammonites, they will move from mocking, they will move from anger, then they will move to conspiracy, and then they will move to violence.
People talk, that's what they do, but they don't understand.
And I shall return to that shortly. No. We then proceeded to say we are going to build the Argyle International Airport. We announced that in 2005, August. We began it in August 2008. We could have finished it before, but we had a lot of bad weather. And of course, it was a very difficult engineering proposition, because we had to move 2 mountains and 2 hills, fill 4 valleys. We had to span a river and a stream. We had to move and cause to be built elsewhere 140 middle and upper middle income houses. We had to move the petroglyphs of the heroic Kalinago and Garifuna. And we had to move a church and a cemetery for starters. In fact, they thought I was so mad that they said that they are making an appointment for me to see Dr. Debnat, who was then the chief psychiatrist at the mental hospital. Well, it's there. And among the principal ones who sought to stop the airport is Friday, the leader of the opposition. Is the same place he takes off on an Air Canada plane to go to his home in Canada when he wants to go at any time. He's a Canadian resident, born in St. Vincent, resident in Beckwith currently, hoping to be Prime Minister. And then the Modern Medical and Diagnostic Center. The port, all of these things, the hospital at Annesville, and what they were doing along the way while we are dealing with all of these things, the bitching and conspiring. And every little thing, the mess which we are cleaning up and putting things on a footing to go forth, they're trying to see if they can exploit a dissatisfaction here and a dissatisfaction there, as they are still doing. But do not ever, while you have dissatisfactions, forget your immense and abundant satisfactions. St. Vincent today is far better than it ever was at any time in our history since it.
Dreams of brighter days.
They oppose the Sir Vincent Beach Stadium. They oppose us building. They oppose we building this facility, a first world cricket facility, to host the Cricket World Cup. The man Shallow told me at the time he couldn't understand how the NDP is so backward. But ambition has taken him into the bosoms of the NDP. Ambition, personal ambition. Not St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, as Curtis pointed out to you, the United Nations Development Program has assessed in its report in 2025 that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is in the top tier of the high level of human development. There are 4 levels put out by the United Nations Development Program: low, medium, high, and very high. In 2001, we were only above Guyana and Haiti in the Caribbean. Today we are still above those, but Guyana is moving up fast because of oil. We are above Jamaica. We are above Belize, Suriname, St. Lucia, Grenada, Dominica. Despite all the difficulties and challenges I'm talking about, that's where we have reached. And we have a vision in taking this country to a first world. I must say this. There are several countries in the region which can acquire first world status if they put their mind to it. Bahamas, Barbados, Antigua, St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, St. Lucia, and Dominica when they finish the international airport. You hear me? Whether they have the vision and putting things in place to achieve it is a different story. But we are reached at this particular point, my comrades, my fellow Vincentians, without selling passports and citizenship and without going to the international fund, monetary fund. All the countries that you hear that I'm mentioning, they have either sold passports or gone to the IMF, and many of them have done both. I don't have to curse anybody, you know. I don't have to curse anybody. I don't have to demean anybody. I just simply have to talk the facts. We have just to talk and see it yourselves. And these eyes, my eyes have seen a lot. And over the years, I've acquired a lot of knowledge, but more than knowledge, understanding and wisdom and judgment. You tell me this. You tell me this, comrade. It's all right, comrade. We have one conversation. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This is a serious conversation with serious people. Listen to me. Over the last 5 years, we have dealt with the volcanic eruption in a manner which has been a marvel to the world. We have dealt with Hurricane Elsa. We have dealt with COVID very well. We have dealt with Beryl very well, and we are completing the tasks with Beryl. Listen to me. In 2001, the poverty, the indigents, dirt poor, was 26% of the population. Today, it is under 3%. Undernourishment was 22% of the population. It is now under 5%. Unemployment was 21%. It is now below 9%. You had, with roughly the same population, under 30,000 houses, we now have nearly 48,000 houses. Better houses, bigger houses. In 2001, under 70% of the smaller number of houses had water and electricity. Today, over 98% of the higher number of houses have water and electricity. In 2001, there was garbage collection only in the city and the environs. By October 2001, we were collecting garbage and disposing of the garbage all over St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And my wings don't fly,
Now, elections are about the present and the past. To the extent that it gives you an indication as to how the government will take you to the future. But it is more important to see what is the vision for the future. And we have put forward in this campaign, and you can see the conceptualization of the two campaigns. What has the NDP put out? Look at their billboards. They say, together we win. Together we win. That's what they say. But when you look at their posters, their billboards, it's a set of politicians, most of them old and grumpy, because you can be old and not grumpy. You hear me? Old and grumpy. No people there. And they say, together we win. As Curtis has said, they want to win for themselves, not for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But what have we done? We have put two approaches. Labor is working for all. We have been working for everybody, and we're now working for you. But that can't only be it. We got to own the future. In owning the future, you are very important. First of all, you have to understand everything that I've just said. Get it in your head. So nobody can come and kerfuffle you and fool you with propaganda, distortions, lies, and try to take you away from the necessary and desirable victory of the people as represented by Labour. And the enthusiasm which is existing for the party now is at the level of enthusiasm in 2001. And we are on track for a big victory on the 27th of November. We are on track for a big victory. But we have a lot of powerful enemies arrayed against us. I am not talking about Friday and his motley crew. I'm talking about the people with the passports who want to sell our passport and citizenship. Although that is coming to an end, they figure out that before it actually ends, they might have about a year and a half or 2 years at it. And speed for them is of the essence. This is everybody's, from that side, including the financiers, the last train to San Fernando. So what they're doing, they're putting more money than ever in the NDP campaign. And they are joined by companies out of China who also want to make the money from selling our passports and citizenship. You hear me? But at the same time, to have the additional plus for them, to see if they can take St. Vincent and the Grenadines away from Taiwan, our relations, and put it with mainland China. And showing gratitude for all what we have done together with Taiwan. We don't pick a fight with mainland China. And we cooperate in international circles. But we have our friends. And we are friends of all. And we strive for a better world. But these people are putting money in abundance. And they are using every form of modern technology to see if they can undermine this necessary and desirable victory of labor on the 27th of November. But so much money is in it for them. And so much money is in it for people in the NDP and their hangers-on. And a lot of them lining up for the trough of the public purse. That I am telling you, they are going to get nasty and nastier. They're going to give you fake news. And I'm telling you, as this campaign goes on, they are going to resort to violence against the Unity Labour Party's leaders and supporters. I am not saying that the NDP leadership will instigate the violence. But that violence will be instigated by those who are backing them and supporting them. Because they know that this election, when we defeat the NDP again, that is the end of the NDP as we know it. And we have a vision for the future. With science and technology, we are going to build a modern science and technology center. We have a Middle Eastern company with which we are working for the funding. We have identified the place, the structure and systems. We are completing the modern hospital here. We are going to refurbish Milton K2. But where you're going to see transformations are in the city on the west, because the port which is at the Grenadines Wharf, which is now where it is, that is going to be moved. There's going to be a new port to the further end down in Rose Place. It's going to cost just over 50 million US for the Grenadines ferries and for the regional ferries. And we are going to do a lot of developments around there. We have the master plan. And on the western side, where you see the old port is, we are already holding discussion. In fact, I have in my possession, and Curtis can tell you this, the other members of cabinet, I circulated the draft agreement to the cabinet today. Hopefully, we'll finalize the study of it. It's in the hands of our legal department and in the hands of the Director General of Finance and Planning. And hopefully, we can initial that agreement sometime before the 15th of this month, hopefully by the 12th. What's that going to involve? It's going to involve a company which would invest, a global company, $70 million in 2 phases. Developing the existing cruise ship here, putting additional dolphins doing certain work there, and then building another big cruise ship here to accommodate 2 large ships and to do on-site, on-land facilities, shops and support services and the like. And to the back of that, we will have a private sector entity build a small boutique hotel, and we will build a modern state-of-the-art center for the performing arts, a cultural center. And then we have already done a preliminary scoping for the tunnel under Cane Garden Point. We'll build a 2-lane tunnel, and that would link to Annisville, at which we will develop, we'll build a modern city, of which the first world cricket facility and the first world hospital would be anchor projects. And what we will do, we will put in the infrastructure, the drains, the roads, the sewage systems, the telecommunication systems. And we'll strengthen the river defenses, because the developments which we envisage up at Fenton, we have already built the bridges in Fenton. We have to connect the roads. And up there we want to see quality housing, and for the young people who are here, the professionals and others, to use the land properly. We will do townhouses, 2 and 3 bedroom houses going up. And the water which will run off there will come down in this very river. And we are looking for places where we can put pole yard. One place, but we can't find one place. So we have to put them at 3, the occupants there, at 3 different places. And we will build the houses for the people at Pole Yard, as we did for those down at Rose Place, 47 of them, and gave them the keys completely free. We will do the same thing with Pole Yard.
And if you're not in progress, don't come around here. I'm so focused this year.
And then, by early 2028 or thereabouts, the Beaches Hotel will be built down at Mount Wynn. The NDPs oppose that too. Everything we say, everything we do. When we talk about the tunnel, they say I have tunnel vision. The next time, you police officers, because you all have the access to look carefully. Not only you, but especially you. Look at the distance between where the cruise ship is at the moment to the other side of Cane Garden, where it connects with Annisville. And you will see it's not a far distance. Maybe 3 lengths, like the tunnel at Byra Hill. The Byra Tunnel was built in 1813 by a few Englishmen and enslaved African bodies with dynamite, pickaxe, shovel, and wheelbarrow. 212 years after that was built, the NDP said we can't build a tunnel under Cane Garden Point with the technology. They really have a problem of imagination and ideas. Really. They have a piddling perspective as to where we should be going. And then we are doing rural tourism too. At Cumberland, Carlos is talking about, Carlos James, with a company already. And we are hoping that sometime early in the new year we'll be able to initial an agreement. Out at Sanssouci, I met the people who were involved. Saboto had that initiative. When you come to Diamond, after you pass the secondary school, the North Union Secondary School, you go up, instead of going left to Diamond Village, you go right across a promontory, 20-something acres of land out there. The Balcom Great House used to be there. They have paid down the deposit already from the owners, I've been advised. And there will be other areas for rural tourism. And we're dealing with fisheries, and we're dealing with agriculture. You can't have the agriculture anymore like mass production of a commodity like sugarcane or bananas. And even arrowroot has to be circumscribed because we are dealing for those with niche markets, though we are building a new arrowroot factory, a modern arrowroot factory. Meanwhile, the social safety net is strengthened. We are taking care of everybody. You see where the vision is going, comrades? Remember, I am giving you a vision for 15 years. I know what they will say. Ralph, you're an old man at 79, and I am an old man. I am an old man. But Isaac, son of Abraham, lived to 110. There are those who already said that I should have been dead. But a lot of those who have said that, I have attended their funerals. And I always say, when you want to dig a hole for a man, dig one for yourself. Bob Marley said it. Whosoever diggeth a pit shall fall in it. Fall in it. And if you are a big tree, we are a small axe. Sharpen, ready to cut down the passports, wannabe passports sellers, and those who want to change from Taiwan to China. Compared to them, we are a small axe. But the small axe does cut down big tree. Hear me this. You notice how we have shaped this election? I want you to bear with me. And I want you to count with me. We dissolved Parliament on the 28th. I made the announcement. By 9 o'clock, the Governor General's instruments were printed, were taken to the printer and printed, and issued that night as gazettes, special gazettes. Today, the election writ was issued. All the relevant documents were printed. And we start to count from tomorrow, the 30th, before nomination day. The period under the law, the minimum period between when you start to count after the issuance of the writ, after the dissolution of Parliament, is 10 days. So we start to count from the 30th. The 30th, count with me. 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. The 8th is a Saturday. The 9th is a Sunday. I keep it tight. The 10th is a Monday. That's nomination day. And then you start to come from the 11th to election day. You can have minimum 15 days, or you can have maximum 21 days. Count with me again. The 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The 15 days end on the 25th. After that intensity, I give the people one rest day. And I come in for the NDP on the 27th. His short rope does hang cattle. His short rope does hang cattle. You hear me this? When I was a young man at school, in the grammar school, I used to hear the teachers saying, we're giving you a long rope to hang yourself. And I used to say to myself, them tongue man ya, ain't they really know nothing much. The tongue man them were teaching me. Because when I was a boy, when I go mountain, and anything get hang, whether it is cattle, me goat or me sheep, which had to go change. They had long rope. They going over a bank. They see some food there. Just like the NDP. They see some food. There's a guava bush. And guava root strong. They tangle up wrong there, the guava. And they go down, they want to eat below. And they choke. In a long rope, those hang cattle. The short rope. Register. Go to the polls and vote again for the Unity Labour Party. Thank God. And thank you. Good night.
Comrades, put it together for the political leader. And I see Comrade Luther just step in. Luther! Jump it on them. Comrades, this is where we wrap it up for tonight. Tomorrow night we have 2 more meetings taking place. Let me just get the details for you. Tomorrow night we'll be in Lauders and in the Northern Grenadines. So I'll see you tomorrow night in Lauders and Northern Grenadines for 2 more political meetings, simultaneously beginning at 7. Get home safely, comrades, and enjoy the rest of your evening.